Welcome to Grand Style Dog Grooming in Tampa, Florida. Watch as our dog groomers give dog haircuts, perform dog nail trimming, dog bathing, and brush dogs' teeth in our pet spa. Hang out with us as we work, join the chat, and watch as we groom dogs all day. Hi guys, I am here with Tux, the Scottish Terrier, and he's going to get a short Scotty trim. So we're going to clip him with a 5-blade on the body and a 7-blade on the top of the head, I believe. What are you doing? Did you escape? Uh-oh. Let me go put her up. We have a runaway doggy. What are you doing? Come here. Ugh, I gotcha. There you go. You stay there. Be a good girl. Runaway doggy. She busted out. All right, Tux, back at it. Come on. Come here. There we go. Good boy. Yes, you're a good boy.
Are you good boy, Tax? Are you good boy, Tax? Hello. Over here. Good boy. Good dog. Does he want hugs? Does he want hugs? Oh, he's a good boy. Yes, he's a good boy. Yes, he's a good boy. Yes, he is. He's a good boy. Yep. Where's the blade I know, don't be impatient. I know you want more hugs. He wants more hugs. Yes, he does. He wants more hugs. Yeah. You sweet boy, I like you a lot. Okay, here we go. Got more hugs. Okay. Back on the table. No, we're not hugging right now. We gotta work.
This is one of my favorite breeds too. I love these dogs. They're so pushy and ornery and sensitive and sweet all at the same time. Just my kind of personality. They're sensitive and stubborn. Can't imagine why I'd like them.
Sensitive and stubborn. Yep.
All right, we're going to get him to the tub.
After we vacuum up the hair.
the dryer vent, they can come on in or come around back and I'll unlock the back door. Can you take, she busted out. Can you take a minute and get the stuff out of the dryer? Because they're going to have to pull all that out and maybe move that stuff out of the way. And unlock the back door and open it a little bit. If you want, you can just pile it all in the other room if you don't have time to do it right now. In the stock room. Yeah, just pile it in the stock room. On the cart in there. Throw it on top of something. I didn't know they were coming today or I would have already had it ready.
Anything else needs to be moved? Or?
Move the garbage can. They're probably going to have to move the dryer out. So, just make it easier for them to get it out of there. They're extending the dryer vent past the air conditioners outside because it keeps blowing all the lint right into the air conditioners. And just crack that so they know which one it is. Thank you. Yes, it is. Sorry about that, Tux. He's like, wait, I'm in the bath. Hi.
Howdy.
How are you?
Good, how you been?
Here, I'm gonna do that for you. There
What seems to be the issue? The AC or?
we go. The dryer vent,
Okay.
it comes out the wall outside
Well, hello.
and it blows straight into the ACs.
Okay.
So we just need it extended past the ACs so it's not blowing right into them.
Okay. So I'm gonna take that cover off, see what we got in there, and
Okay.
Joe just told me this is his diagram for.
Yeah, he went around and looked at it, so
All right.
thank you.
You bet.
Get over here. Good boy. What a good baby. Open up. Good boy. Come here. More cotton. Come here. No, I don't care. I really don't. Stay put. Keep your cotton in. That's a good boy. When dogs are in the runs and workmen's are going in and out, just lock the door handle so they don't pop open. Sometimes they can, you know.
And just double check them, make sure they're shut tight. Sometimes a lightly damp towel is the best thing for getting these little shards of hair off the table, especially on these coarse-haired dogs, because those things just stick. All right, Bubba. Let's go. You're wiggling the table. You stop it.
completely in the camera. Move these tables apart so the camera holds still. Ah, sorry. It's attached. Hang on, guys. You're going for a ride. Maybe not. Gotta raise it up. Hold on. Now I'll try it. There we go. That's better. Now every time you shake, you won't wiggle your camera. Sorry about that. All right. One of the secrets with Happy Scotties and similar dogs with these ears that work like huge funnels is blocking the noise and the feel of air and water. So they're so much more comfortable if you prevent those problems from bothering them. So that was the purpose of plugging his ears. In the tub is the amplified noise and the amplified, the feeling of the water, because they really don't grow much hair at all in their ears. So they're just huge funnels. And they're amplifiers, right? So, and before I turn the dryer on, even just the stand dryer, I'm going to cover up his ears so that he doesn't feel the wind going in there, because that's going to make him anxious and make him act up. So you notice all my Scotties are really, really well behaved, and that's probably one of the biggest reasons why. Same with Cocker Spaniels. Cockers are super sensitive to noise. So if you can eliminate that part of the anxiety, you'll have a lot better behaved Cocker if you're a groomer. Come here. Let's put it on. I use male dog diaper wraps on the head. Works great. They're padded, they're comfortable, they're sizable. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. You're fine. That's a good boy. You did good. You did good. He says no terrier likes their front nails done. Nope. Look at that here. The word terrier indicates going to ground because most of these, especially the short-legged terriers, that was their job, to go to ground and get vermin from underground. And it's interesting because most terriers hate having their front nails done, and their front nails were a very important part of their job of going to ground. With the Scotty, they were designed to pack as much dog into a smaller package as possible, which means they have German Shepherd sized teeth. What did you do? They have huge teeth and a big old head. A big head. You have a big head. Yes, you do. A big head. In more ways than one. Right? Yes, you do. Don't tell no stories. I'll be back. You stay there.
Groomer's harness has two sets of slides. We have a top set of slides and a bottom set of slides. This is the chest piece. This will go on the front of the dog, and this goes over the dog's shoulders. To fit a dog 35 pounds or so, or any dog there in between, you slide the top set of slides up. There's a slide, and the plastic buckles. You fit it over the dog's head. You slide this slide up, the chest piece up, and this slide up. And bring the straps up under the dog's front legs and snap the plastic buckles into place. To adjust it for the next size dog, you simply slide the slides down Place it over the dog's head. Make sure that the chest piece is sitting in front of the chest, well below the trachea. Pull it up tight. Slide the slide down. If you have an adjuster on your groomer's harness, you can easily tighten it to fit the dog perfectly. Take it off, slide the slide up, the buckles up, this slide up, and slide it off over the dog's head. Now going to a smaller dog, if you have the adjuster, you can adjust it down lower. Slide the slides down, slide it over the dog's head, slide this slide down, slide the buckles down, leaving this slide up for now. Bring it up under the dog's arms, snap it into place. Tighten it, slide this slide down. If you have the adjuster, you can easily tighten it into place. To size the harness to fit the smallest of dogs, you will bring this slide down, the chest piece down, and this slide down. You'll also bring down the slide that will go over the dog's or cat's shoulders and the plastic buckles. Then you will put the dog or cat's head through the neck portion of the harness. Make sure the chest piece is resting on the chest. Bring the plastic buckles up under the front leg, snap into place on both sides, and bring this slide down to lock it into place with your chest piece being on the chest. The extenders were designed to enlarge the groomer's harness so that it can fit a much larger dog. Simply snap them into place. The groomer's harness can fit a dog as large as 115 pounds with the extenders added.
All right, we're gonna be back.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to Home Depot. You see what you got right there? I just sent some pics to Joe.
Okay. Pretty packed, I'd imagine.
Oh, she's packed. So what we're gonna do is this is behind. We clean all that. Okay.
And I
So
think
we're
it's
gonna
only a year old. We just do so many cycles.
Yeah. So I'm gonna run to Home Depot real quick, and if you want to lock that door, whatever.
Okay.
So I'm letting you know we're out.
All right.
Be back in a minute or two.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Were you gonna get him? Huh? Were you gonna get that man? He don't belong in this grooming room, does he? No. No, you're gonna get him. He says, I'll protect you, Miss Suzanne. Don't worry. Come here. I know I love you too. Hold still. So a 7 blade is longer than a 10 blade, and a 5 blade is longer than a 7 blade. A few weeks ago, I saw a Scotty demonstration from a very well-known Scotty person, and they used a 10 blade on the entire cheeks, neck, sides of neck, everything. So here, I was very careful to take the 7 down the middle without hitting the cowlicks. You can see where the 5 ran over the cowlicks that you actually have some balding spots.
And when I saw her telling groomers to use a 10, I was shocked. Because see how it bulbs with a 5? Can you imagine with a 10? It would be, and he's got sensitive skin, so it would be like Clipper Burn City for him because it would be too close. And it was proper for, say, a show dog who was hand stripped and you were doing the face like 3 or 4 days before a show, because it would have time to grow back in and natural out and still be really tight. So in that sense, yes. For pet grooming, absolutely not. You don't want to send a dog home balded. You want them to send them home looking like you would expect them to look when they walk in a show ring, not 3 days or 4 days before going in a show ring. And that's only because you want it really tight so you have a nice lean head and a beautiful neck. And when you're showing a dog and you're just doing, you know, what you need to do ahead of time, I do that a lot. But here I'm being very careful how far my 7 goes. And she wants an extra short trim, so trying to balance that out. So normally I would do the back with a 4 and if it's a pet trim, and the sides of the neck with a 5. But I can't do the sides of the neck with a 7 because he would be balded. So now I'm switching back to the 5. And I'm going to go over the cowlicks with the 5. Scotties have pretty extreme cowlicks all through here. All through here. So that's something I'm always just really conscious of. I don't want to, I want to send a dog home looking really nice. Good boy. It's the same under the tail. They have pretty extreme cowlicks back there as well. So clipper burn usually comes from clipping too short. Has nothing to do with the heat of the blade, which is another reason why I'm very conscious of that. Clipping too short, that is. So you might say, well, why can it be done on the show dog and not on the pet if it's too short? Well, he's got really sensitive skin, so that plays into it. In addition to that, show dogs are trained for it, conditioned for it, I should say. So their skin, they're used to having it done. Breeders, will, especially on show puppies, will start clipping them 5-6 weeks old at the latest. And they'll do it very regularly, and they'll do it very close, and that actually kind of thickens and toughens up the skin so it can handle it. Like I can shave everything on my poodles with a 40 blade. Everything. Cheeks, muzzle, feet, under the tail, belly. I can do it all because they've had a 40 used on them since they were a baby. I don't usually. I usually use a 15 against on their cheeks and throat and under their tail, a 40 on top of their tail, and a 40 for their muzzle for my own dogs. But I would never do that on a pet. Well, almost never, depending on the pet. Will you behave? Will you? Good boy. Pet grooming and show grooming are two completely different things. Hey, Kat, they left, but they are coming back.
Okay. Yeah, so I figured I'd just set her in the bathing room.
Yeah, just keep as many as you can up front here. I'm not hugging you right now. I'm working. Keeps swinging his butt around, expecting me to hold him. Don't you? And here I am rewarding you for it. I did have to catch you. Otherwise, you'd swing right off the table. Guess I should let you find the edge. Then you'd figure it out. Yeah, there is an edge there, isn't there? You swing around, you're just going to swing your back end right off. No, I'm not holding you. No, I need you to sit still so I can do your face. You think we can do that? No, I'm not holding you. You're not a baby. Good boy. No, you're not a baby. You're a big, tough terrier. Remember? Big, tough terrier. With a cute little tongue that sticks out. His tongue kills me. It's so cute. Stop. I think he's the cutest Scotty I've ever met. Aren't you? So I don't typically card his coat like I do some of them. He's naturally very wiry, but he's also very single type coat. He doesn't have built up undercoat. That's partially to do with his allergies. And he's trimmed really short, but there's nothing really to card out from under there. If there were, I would do it, but with his sensitivity of skin, we have to be so careful with him. Oh, buddy. We had to find just the right shampoo and conditioner combination for him so he's not itchy. We use a chlorhexidine shampoo, and then we use Chris Christensen after you bathe for his conditioner. All right. Here's your bow tie. Got a turkey and a pilgrim hat. I'm not going to hold you. Yet. No, I'm not holding you. There's an edge. See? You need to get over this habit. Keep your own feet on the table. I'm not going to catch you. Good boy. See how when I didn't catch him, he fixed himself? Mm-hmm. The more you let them do it, the more they'll do it. And that makes them hard to work on. It's cute, and I like it, and I love to hold him, but it's not cute when I gotta trim his face. But I will use it as a reward system. So we'll start transferring it from him doing it when he says to doing it when I say. So I'm going to give him a release. Okay. Good boy. There we go. In here. Good boy. You stay there. Go text your mom. Be good. There are a great many carding tools out there. I have a Jody Murphy carding knife, an Artero Super Blade, and a diamond stone type of tool. These are a necessity for keeping a flat coat. While holding the skin taut, lightly drag the carding tool through the coat at a 45-degree angle. Remove any loose shedding undercoat. A pumice stone also works well for removing additional loose coat. You want to be careful to leave a fill of hair in front of the tail and in the dip behind the shoulder blades. This will help the dog to have the appearance of a beautiful top line. So as you card out the coat, go around these areas. taking some areas short and tight while leaving others long, shaping the coat to give the image of a flat back, an arched neck, and tighter on the thighs and shoulders. I take the coat tight right on the flat of the back, and then fill in the dip in front of the tail, then tight on the sides of the tail. I card either side of the area beside the tail to show off the rear angles of the dog. I also lightly card, stone, and strip the crown, removing loose coat. Make sure to get those thighs tight. We have a noisy one, can you tell? She's going to do that until her friend is finished. So it's going to be about an hour and a half of that. Just no. Oh boy. All right, we're going to get our next dog straight into the tub. Let's see here. His name is Oliver, aka Mr. Whiny Pants.
You're fine. I know, it's terrible. I know. Miss Suzanne's mean to the puppies.
Welcome to Grand Style Dog Grooming. We are located in Tampa, Florida at the corner of Northdale Boulevard and Dale Mabry Highway. We have a large waiting room with seating for those who choose to wait inside while our stylists pamper their pets. We carry iGroom hair care products along with dental, eye area, and ear care items. Our boutique has fancy dresses and rhinestone collars to dress your little one in grand style. We have a large monitor that can be seen right from the front desk, where you can see each workstation, giving you peace of mind with our complete transparency. Also in the waiting room, we have charts to help you decide the exact length that would be best for your best friend. We have a kennel-free room for pets who prefer the comforts of home. Our groomers each have their own private room. This keeps the pets calm as they are not overstimulated by the things going on around them. Each room is outfitted with security monitors, UV sterilization for the tools, and the Grooming Safer dog grooming harnesses for the pet's safety. Our main bathing area has 2 tubs. We use foaming disinfectants in the tub after every bath. We also have an electric lift tub for the bigger dogs, medium-sized kennels, and large runs with glass doors in our kennel area, along with the professional bathers station. We have a well-stocked room with supplies for creating cute bows and bandanas in-house, and a comfortable break room for our employees. Schedule a makeover for your pets today.
Come here, baby. I gotcha. I know. Whiny, whiny, whiny.
Now let's talk about Scottish Terrier ears. The Scotties' ears are unique in that they do get clippered because, as you can see, they appear very large if you don't. They retain tufts of hair on the inside corner of the ear and require graduating lengths of hair to achieve the proper look. I trim the front half of the ear like a tipped ear, taking about the top third of the ear hair. The back half of the ear is clipped clean with a 15 blade on the inside of the ear. The opening to the ear canal is clipped clean, either with clippers or scissors. On the outside of the ear, at the base of the ear, I will use an 8.5 blade. This will keep a plush coating of hair there, as Scotties oftentimes look balded if you clip them too closely. The area at the front, back side of the ear has a dip in it. You want to keep this dip filled with hair. The upper part of the outside of the ear I clip with a 10 blade, using my fingers to brace the ears as I work my way up the ear. With the Scotties' big ears, sound is amplified to them, so plugging the ear with cotton may help to relax the dog as you work. As I work with this dog's ears, watch how my fingers work along with the clipper and the blade. While scissoring the edges of the Scotties' ears, the tufts must be brought into balance. The entire purpose of the tufts is to help the ears appear closer together and to decrease the apparent size of the ear. To scissor the tufts, I fold the ear in half and scissor off any hair that falls past the edge of the ear. Then, checking the size and height of the tufts, I make sure that they are evenly balanced and look nice. Many groomers are confused by this process, either by shaving the entire ear or leaving way too much hair. When done right, the head looks long, lean, and in balance. The ears do not look abnormally large and appear closer together. The face styles are clean shaven, teddy bear, fusion, mustache, and there's several forms of mustaches. This is my typical mustache that I do in my salon. However, there are donut mustaches, German style mustaches, French style mustaches, and mustaches without goatees. The leg styles are cylinder, like a column, flared and beveled at the foot, pom-poms, or short. The tail styles are pom-pom, a bunny type tail, which is common with the teddy bear trims, long and untouched, long and flag shaped. You can also do a terrier type tail as seen in the German style trims. The ear styles are long and flowing, medium length, short. The German style ear is shaved somewhat like a terrier. The tasseled ear and the tapered ear. The foot styles are clean shaven, rounded, and beveled with the flared foot. Thank you guys for watching. Be sure to like this video, subscribe to my channel, and don't forget to hit the notification bell so that you don't miss my next upload. We'll see you next time, guys. Bye. Let's talk about creating a breed profile for the Kerry Blue Terrier's head. Remember never to remove the fall, which is the long hair between the eyes. Holding the fall out of the way, use a blending shear and shorten the hair from the brow bone to the front of the ear. The idea is to bring this area down to about the length of a 7F blade. I prefer to use blending shears so that I can have more control over the transition, creating a smooth, natural flow into the longer hair at the back of the head. The idea here is to create the illusion of a long rectangular shaped head. You can see without the additional height from the buildup of hair, the head would not look as long. Shave the cheeks from just behind the corner of the eye to the ear and down to the corner of the mouth, then down the sides of the neck. The clipped line under the neck forms a V, which widens a bit above the sternum to the base of the ears. Clip the underjaw against the grain all the way up to the little fold in the lower lip. The ears are shaved with a 15 blade, then the edges of the ears are gone back over with a 40 blade. Next, neaten the edge of the ears by scissoring them tight. Set the scissors on top of the ear. With the scissors held straight up and down, scissor a line matching the width of the head into the neck. Then use blending shears between the clipped area of the cheek into the hair on the head for a very smooth, short transition. Always identifying the areas which are sticking out. Then lightly blend the edges. It's wise to check the area where the fall blends into the short hair on the head. It should be flat all the way through. If it is not flat, carefully blend it with thinning shears, skimming off as you go. When creating a nice lean head, clipping about a finger width between the ear and the hair on the head is helpful. It's best to do this after the head is trimmed to see exactly where the line should go. By putting your finger under the ear and rounding the ear over your finger, you can easily reach the area needing to be clipped. Then, holding the ear forward, clean out the area behind the ears. This will create more arch to the neck and give a lean, elegant look. Tidying all of the clipped areas will give a very finished appearance. The ears should accentuate the long, lean head with true terrier type. Check the sides of the neck to make sure the arch of the neck is enhanced. This can be done with a 10 blade. Finally, blend the clipped lines into the longer hair and flatten the chest. I do this with a 7F blade. For my dogs, I always braided the fall to keep it out of the eyes. I also did this for my clients' dogs before sending them home.
Good boy. You do it. You're a good boy. Good boy. Yay. Good boy. Good boy, Tim. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Good boy. Come here. Come on. Good boy. poor boy. Poor boy. Okay. Good boy. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Hello. 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 Round and round we go. Where we stop, nobody knows. Come over here. You're fine. Good boy. Yep. You're a good boy. Good. Good boy.
place where I cut my hand the other day. It's a perfect spot for the brush to just run right through it when you're holding the dog. I hit it twice yesterday. Hit it again today. Nothing like the tines of a brush running right through a scissor cut. That's like a razor cut. So every time you see me holding a cotton pad, you know what I did. That way I don't bleed on the dog. It's always a white dog too. I'm like, seriously. All right, bud. Good boy. If you ever happen to see blood on a dog, it's usually mine, not theirs. Just saying. Good boy. Leave that alone. Band-Aids don't work very well in the pet grooming industry because our hands are constantly in water. And sports wraps keep it wet all day, which doesn't help in healing any. Sometimes I'll super glue them though. Not recommending you do that, but that's something I do, which I should do. That'll cover it up pretty good. It's not going to take off enough, is it? Turn. You're all right. Here.
You're all right. My goodness. My goodness, Mr. Whiny Pants. Come on. Turn. Good boy. Turn. Good boy. Thanks. Right in my face. That's gross. Stand. Well, that's what happens when you whine too much. You get your throat going. Turn. Thank you. Good boy. Yeah. Really? Is that so? You say I'm not going to touch your feet, huh? Is that what you're saying? I didn't listen. Our little Maltese friend quieted down. I think that's a first. She's been coming here a couple months now. She's finally settling. Yay. Oh, spoke too soon. Good boy. Very nice. Did you just give me a foot and everything? Hmm? Did you? What a good boy. Yes, he's a good boy. Move our friends back just a little. They was too close. Good boy. Turn. Good boy.
You wait here. Hi.
Hi.
Hi, honey.
That looks like a clone.
I know, right?
God, how are you gonna keep them apart?
He's a boy.
Okay, now.
Thank you. Honey is here. I'm gonna put her in here. All right, come here.
Oh, he's a good boy. Yes, he's a good boy.
Hey, cat. I realized it at the end of the day. So I let him know, because that's only fair. Sounded like she was going to do it again anyway. Yeah, they are. I like them a lot. Good people.
The dogs are very nice too.
They are. I think their Maltese is related to Maxwell, the Maltese I did the other day.
Really, or just personality wise?
Just personality wise. They sound just alike. It's a Maltese thing. No offense, buddy. I actually enjoy that Maltese personality. They're usually very good. Mm-hmm. They're just energetic. Mm-hmm. That's a good boy. Me 5. Good boy. Good boy. Next up will be Bo and Mia, the toy poodles.
All right, handsome boy. Let's text your people. Say goodbye, everybody. See you next time. You go in here. I'll go text your mommy.
that sounded beautiful. All right, next, go ahead and put Bo in the tub. Let's do that. Hey, Bobo. Honey's owner saw Bo and said, "How are you going to tell them apart?" I said, "He's a boy."
I felt like at one point they were both here at the same day before too, and we were
They
like,
come on Wednesdays, yeah.
Is she getting?
Just like a little teddy bear trim.
Okay.
Usually not longer than like the orange comb on the back. fight with you. Now let's talk about making sure that your dog is prepared for the grooming. Make sure that your dog doesn't have any mats or tangles in its hair. Matted hair greatly limits the styles available for your dog. Make sure that your dog is trained for the grooming process. But first, let's talk about your dogs. One of the best ways to get the results that you are looking for is to make sure that your dog is prepared for the groomer. Dogs should be professionally groomed at least every 4 to 6 weeks. Dogs who are regularly groomed see the process as part of their routine. Dogs who are not regularly groomed see the procedures as punishment. This attitude from the dog often limits how much the groomer can achieve. Remember, it is your responsibility to train your dog for grooming. It is very difficult for the groomer to effectively train your dog to readily accept the grooming procedures. While most groomers are indeed excellent trainers, we spend the entire time with your dog grooming the dog, so we are not as effective as we would be if we were simply training alone. And keep in mind, we are not being paid to train the dog, we are being paid to groom the dog. Puppies should start learning to be groomed as soon as they come to live with you. However, it's never too late to start training. Whether you plan to have a professional groomer or not, it's important to start the training at home. Gently brushing your dog every day will train your dog for the grooming process. Remember that puppies may be teething. Be careful how you hold the head. I use my hand in a C shape on the head. If your puppy doesn't accept this, you can train the dog to allow you to do this by separating the action from the grooming and simply train the hold. I do this by having the dog's favorite treats close by. Paw mats are great for keeping the surface comfortable. Then by putting my hand in a C shape, I place my hand on the dog's head, then pop a treat in the dog's mouth. After a few weeks of doing this 3 times a day, I will add putting a little pressure and sliding the skin back, tightening the loose skin over the eyes. This is important as the dog must have the head held to trim the face. Be sure to lavish praise on the dog when finished, regardless of how the dog accepts the process. Another way to train your dog for grooming is to gently file the dog's nails daily with a salon board. I start with just 1 or 2 toes a day, using the 180 grit side of a 180/100 grit file. Again, do this on a non-slip surface like a grooming table, with the puppy properly secured. Ignore the screaming, flailing, and pulling if the puppy does this, because you know that the nail file does not hurt him. Praise the slightest attempt by the dog for calm. Pop a favorite soft treat into the dog's mouth, lavish him with praise, and play with him. Do 1 or 2 nails a day for a few weeks, then move on to doing the whole foot, and keep working until you can do all 4 feet in one sitting without a fuss. Trust me, you will get there.
He's a good boy. turn.
A lot of dogs get tipped ears. This style is common for both pet and show trims on various types of dogs. I usually clip about 1/3 of the ear closely. This, however, is adjusted breed to breed according to breed standards. The length of the hair left varies from dog to dog. For most Yorkies and Beaver Terriers, I will use anywhere from a 40 blade to a 15 blade. The determining factor for me is based on the thickness of the dog's skin, the size of the dogs, and the idea of getting excess weight of hair off to help the ear to stand, especially on a teething puppy. On extremely tiny dogs, I use a 40 blade, as the skin is so fine and thin that I actually feel safer with a 40 blade because the teeth of the blade are so close together. For most dogs of this type, I will use a 15 blade. For teething puppies whose ears are drooping, I use a 40 blade. Tipping the ears is relatively safe, as you are not clipping the most hazardous areas of the ear. For the smallest of dogs, I simply clip center up on the front and back of the ear. For those who are a bit bigger, I clip center out, center up, center out.
Come on, Bubba. Back to it.
It's a telemarketer, but I'll answer it anyway. I was right. I was a telemarketer. Thanks, but no thanks. That's got to be the most depressing job in the world to have. People hanging up on you all day long. Getting annoyed with you calling. Not a job for sensitive people.
hug too, but I really need to finish you. Good boy. Easy, good boys. Now you can get your hugs. See, you all handsomes. Yes, he's all handsomes. He's a good baby, see? Yeah. Good baby. He has a top knot that tends to fall if it's too high. So I'm going to bring it in so it's got layers so it doesn't fall. Part down the middle. Yeah, it's looking better. You gonna fall asleep, Bo? Are you tired? I'm tired. Everybody's so staticky today. All right, we need to get your sister started. Yes, we do. We gotta get your sister. goodbye. Ooh, I don't like the way that cheek looks. Hold on. I see something I don't like. Now, let's see what you look like. Oh, it's teal. That's better. All right, Belle. Say goodbye. Good girl. Oh, he's a good baby. Yes, he is. Come on. Come on. It's alright, baby. It's alright, baby. Yes, it's alright, baby. sorry. Come on. It's all right. That's a good girl. Yes, she's a good girl. Yes, she is. She's a very good girl. Yeah. Good girl. Yes, a good girl. Yes, he is. Yes, he's a good girl. Yeah. You know I love you. Yeah, you know I love you. Yes, you do.
Oh, Kat, they like more of a bandana than a bow on her. And perfume.
Would they rather think a bandana than a pom-pom collar?
They like pom-pom collars. I forgot about those. We should have more pom-poms in soon. There's some by the front playpen.
What are you staring at me like that for? Hmm? Why?
Shut the door because they came back and had the back open.
Uh-oh. It always amazes me how workmen never think about that. With dogs in here. So one of my clients last night, when they picked up, we were talking about eye goobers. Meaning, I need to send her a link to the product we use to the eyelid and lash. But anyway, she said something that nearly every client who cannot clean around their dog's eyes says. No joke. Nearly every single one. They say the only way that they can do it sometimes is if they sneak up on the dog while they're asleep. And then they wonder why they can't do it. Can you imagine the dog waking up to you picking off hard, crusty eye boogers that are stuck in their hair while they're asleep? And they wake up to that. And they're like, what are you doing? Get out of my face. That hurts. So, and it always surprises me. Like, why are you sneaking up on your dog while they're asleep? You have to make a conscious plan of how to deal with it on a very regular basis. I need to make an intermission video for that to help people understand how it's done. I also need to make a blog for that. Ugh. And I'm working this Saturday, so it's not going to happen this week, but so far I think I've only got 2 dogs on the schedule for Saturday, and that's Puff Daddy and Radar. And I actually just opened up because I needed to get them in and I didn't have a place, so I'm like, okay, I'll do Saturday. I know when I say stuff like that, many of you might fall in that category too. So you need a better way. I'm going to give you a better way. And many people get into that habit because they don't know what to do. That's understandable.
too much. Too much. Next up will be Coco, the miniature poodle. And after that, I believe it's Kelson, the miniature schnauzer. Followed by, I believe, Louis the Coton Dutilier. And Peaches the cockapoo, who is matted. Do you mind? Huh? Come over here. Come on. Over here. I ain't got all day. Your mama's gonna be here in a minute. I'm still trying to get you even. And it's not working out too well. Kelson is always a shaky, nervous dog. It's just his character. He's always been that way. Probably always will be. Some dogs just are. Just like people. You've got people with anxiety and people with phobias and people with that never want to leave their house, and you know, it's the same with dogs. You just can't read too much into it, you know. Let's go see if we have any colors for you. You wait there, I'll be right back. Text her mom. and do some communications. The work never ends. Boy, you can tell you're in Florida. You have to go from turning on the heater to the air conditioner, to the heater to the air conditioner. Isn't that right, Miss Mia? And it's time to turn on the air conditioner. Stop. Yes, you're so cute. So quiet. She's my good girl. Yes, she is. She's my good girl. Some dogs, if you offer the hand, they'll put their chin in it. Others, they put their bottom in it. They're like, I'll sit here. Okay. Turn around. Turn around. Yes, I want you to turn around. And some climb all the way up in it and sit in it like all 4 feet, like right here. Others lay their head. Isn't that right, Mia? Mm-hmm. Am I talking about you? I am not your chair, Mia. Okay. You know, a lot of small dogs ask to be picked up by turning their back and scooting into you. That's how they say, pick me up, please. All right, come here. That's too big for you. Yeah. Gotta take about an inch off it. Come here. We need something for Bo, too. Mr. Bo. Are you bouncing? You are bouncing. You're the bounciest dog I ever saw. Yes, you are. You're the bounciest dog I ever saw. Too cute. Easy. That fits better. All right, we gotta get cleaned up, ready for Mr. Coco. Yes, we do. Say goodbye, Miss Mia. Ugh. Hold on. Never finished. All right, say goodbye. In you go. babies. Is that your mommy? I bet it is. I bet it is your mommy.
I don't want to come out. He's such a
Thank
stinker.
you.
He, like even at home, like a lot of days, especially if it's cold, he'll just sit down in the chair. I'm like, well, let's go outside. It's been 3 hours. He's like, nah.
That's how I feel about it too.
Yeah, I know.
To trim the face, we're combing all this hair up and back. And we're going to trim a nice line right in front of the eyes. With our curvy shears upside down, we're going to create an oval of the mustache. I'm being careful not to trim the eyelashes. I'm trimming off this little bit of hair right on top of the nose so that the nose doesn't have any hair falling over it.
So cute. Oh my goodness. He's a good girl. You ready to go bye-bye? Are you ready to go bye-bye? Okay, let's go. Let's go, Amy Jane. Let's go, Amy Jane. Oh, so cute. Say goodbye. Go bean. Come on. Let's go get a bath. It's okay, baby. Kelson. It's just his mom leaving. Oops, sorry. All right, Cocoa Bean. Let's go. Yeah, like around the face and feet and under the tail. They'll be back again in like December 2nd.
Maybe they changed their mind. If they're not here in a few minutes, start prepping, Kelson.
boy. Are you happy now? Are you happy now? Yeah. I know. There's a mean old dryer, isn't it? Huh? Is that a mean old blow dryer? Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's mean to you. Yes, it's mean to you. Yeah. That blow dryer's mean to that puppy. Mm-hmm. Oh, quit being so silly. Turn. Good boy. Oh, thank you, buddy. You give Miss Suzanne kisses. Did you give you Miss Suzanne kisses? It was a sweet boy. Up, up, up. Good boy. Good boy. Turn. Good boy. Turn, turn. Good boy. Yes, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. Where's your sweet baby? Huh? Where's your sweet baby? It's okay, Papa. Come here. Come. Good boy. Yes, you're a good baby. It's your tail. It's a good boy. Yes, you are. You're such a sensitive doggy. All right. Let's go text your mom. Come on. Time to go. Come on. Come on. You want to go or not? Hmm? Come on. Or do you want a belly rub? Do you want a belly rub? Is that the problem? Is that the problem? You want a belly rub? Oh, he's such a good boy. Yes, he's such a good boy. Yes, he's a good boy. Oh, you want another belly rub? Hmm? Is that the problem? You want another belly rub? Is that what you want? Oh, he's such a silly dog. He's such a silly dog. Come on, let's go. You gotta go now. Come on. Come on, let's go. Come on. You're so goofy. You're so goofy. Yes, you are. I know you love me. You're not fooling me. You're not fooling me. Not even for a minute. Nope. Not even for a minute. All right, let's go. Come on. Let's go. Up, 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 up. Say goodbye. Good boy. Oh no. Come on out. Come on. Come here, Coco. Coco. Come on. Come on. Get in your house. Good boys. He's such a funny dog. All right, guys. I'm going to take a very fast lunch break. I will be back in a minute. Let's put on something for you guys. We'll go with this one. I'm clipping the top of the head with the 7-blade. A good marker for trimming the beard is to go from this whisker hair to the one underneath and the one on the opposite side as a guide. Using my 7-blade against the grain, I'm carving out half moon shapes for the eyebrows. I actually have my clipper tilted up, carving around, holding the eyebrows out of the way. I'm carving down in between the eyes with the clipper up on edge like this. Next, I'm going to hold my eyebrows back up out of the way this way. And I'm going to come down the same way between and clear out right between the eyes a little bit. It depends on the schnauzer and the schnauzer head if I decide to do that. Sometimes I do it with blending shears if the schnauzer has a long, lean head. Also depends on how the schnauzer's beard grows and how bushy it is around here. Next, using a 10-blade, I'm going to trim her ears. She shakes her head a lot when I trim her ears, so I may need to be extremely careful if she starts doing that. Knowing she does it, I have to be very careful. It's very easy to cut an ear, and especially when they're whipping their head around. Good girl.
Now let's discuss safety. There are several hazardous areas that you must be aware of while clipping the dog's ears. Dogs with pricked ears and cropped ears have a well-developed cartilage at the front of the ear. This is called the spine of helix. This area will have a significant fold of skin and create a dip right behind the fold of skin. Care must be taken in this area to prevent injury to the dog. I will demonstrate this further in the video. At the back of the ear, on the inside of the pinna, you will find the cutaneous marginal pouch. This is the most common area of the ear to nick or cut. I never use a blade longer than a 10 blade in this area. When clipping over the cutaneous marginal pouch, it is extremely important to use the full width of the blade over this area. Place the pouch directly in the center of the blade so the edges of the blade cannot catch the skin flaps. As you can see here, if you bring the clipper blade in at an angle, you are more likely to cut the skin. But be careful to clip with the pouch in the center of the blade. The risk is greatly reduced. You should never clip towards the head. This is very dangerous. As I trim this dog with semi-prick ears, I will demonstrate the safety protocols. First, I always trim the ears center out, center up, center out, and never clipper in any other direction on the ears. So here I am demonstrating clipping over the cutaneous marginal pouch using the full width of my clipper across this area. Center out, center up, center out. On this type of ear, I flatten the front edge of the ear by pushing my fingers into the dip at the front edge of the ear to create a flat surface to clip. Notice how my fingers follow the blade as I clip. This gives firmness to the ear. As I clip the underside of the opening of the ear canal, I usually flatten the ear against the head. When clipping the base of the ear, I hold the ear forward as I clipper this area. On the back side of the ear, you will find another hazardous area from the cutaneous marginal pouch that is very easy to catch in the clipper. You can see how easy it would be to catch this flap of skin in the clipper blade. So, just like on the inside of the ear, I clipper this area using the full width of my blade with the flap squarely in the center of the blade so the edges of the blade are less likely to catch skin. I finish this ear type by scissoring the edges of the ears. I carefully hold the ear, allowing my fingers to provide balance to my scissors. Notice how my fingers follow the scissor up the ear as I go. Next, let's talk about cropped ears. Like it or not, they exist, and as groomers, we must clip them. When clipping the inside of cropped ears, I flatten the ear against the head like this. Using the edge of the blade, I use a pick action to clean up the uneven surface at the opening of the ear canal, as I do not pluck ears. I clip the front edge of the ear using my index finger to fill the dip behind the area where the ear folds back. This helps me to have a firm surface to clip. Notice how my hand resembles a claw, keeping the head still with the ability to feel and direct movement from the dog. As I clip the back of the ear, I gently pull the ear forward and have my fingers inside the ear pinna to give some stability. Clipping the outside front edge of the ear, I am using my fingers to steady the ear. Because the ears are cropped, there is no longer a cutaneous marginal pouch, thereby removing this hazardous area on the back side of the ear. I roll the ear over my fingers to flatten it as I work and slide my fingers up the edge of the ear along with the clipper. Cropped ears have thicker skin than natural ears. I use a 10, 15, and 40 blade on cropped ears. The 10 or 15 is used at the base of the ear and for the first clipping of the entire ear. The 40 is used to clean up the edges. I finish cropped ears by scissoring the edges. While scissoring, I maintain control of the ears, allowing the scissors to rest on my fingers, sliding my fingers along the edge of the ear as I scissor. Now I'm using my 5 blade and I'm going to run over all the cowlick areas. Using a 10 blade, I'm going to go back over the ears and the cheeks. Also tidying up around the eyebrows. Good girl. For safety, place the center of the blade over the corner of the eye when trimming this area. Now I'm going to use some blending shears and blend her beard into her cheeks. Now I'm going to mist anti-static spray over the eyebrows. I'm going to comb the eyebrows forward and out to the side, all at the same time. Now I'm going to trim from the outside corner of the nose back to the cheek. If I want longer eyebrows, I go from the outside corner of the nose to the cheek. If I want shorter eyebrows, I'll actually go from the opposite side of the nose and trim across that way. and then blend it into the cheeks. Typically, I prefer a bit longer of an eyebrow. I'm going to comb the eyebrows over to the side, trim again. Good girl. Comb them forward. Take a look at them. I'm going to get out my little small shears, curved shears, and I'm going to come up under and trim them up this way. Comb them out again. And now I'll take my little curvy shears and put a little bit of an arc in there. Give them some nice shape. The goal is to have the head come down from the cheeks all the way down through. You don't want it poofing out anywhere, so I'm looking for anything that's poofing out. And typically I'll find that by pulling the beard forward in my hands and looking for anything sticking out. You don't want it to dish in, and you don't want it to poof out. Just a nice lean head. Tidy up around the edges of the ears. Now I'm going to tidy up the ears with a 40 blade right on the edges. Make sure they look nice and clean. I'll be back. Hi. Good.
I was curious if it'd be possible to leave some information.
No, thank you.
No? Okay, have a good one.
You too. This is Kelson, the golden schnauzer, who's also a nervous Nellie. Aren't you, Kelson? Stand. He identifies as a choo-choo train.
Don't you kill some. Good boy. That's very good, buddy. Yeah, that's my man. That's my man. Yeah. Very nice. Good. Very, very good. All right, let's go take a bath. Clean up this hair. Come on, baby. Let's go. Yes, my buddy. It's alright, baby boy. It's alright, baby boys. He's a good baby. Yeah. He's a good baby boys. He's my good boy. Oh, he's my good boy. Yes, he's my good boy. Yes, he is. Yes, he's my good boy. Yeah, he's my good boy. Achoo. All right, let's get you finished. I know I see you. I see you, Bubbas. I see you, Bubbas. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Yes, he is. Yes. You schnauzers are silly dogs, aren't you? Are you silly dogs? Yeah. You are. You schnauzers are silly dogs. Yeah. You are. What am I going to do with all my schnauzers? Hmm? What am I going to do with them? They're just so silly. Yeah. They're just so silly. Yeah. All right, let's get you dressed. There we go. Cover up your ears. Here.
gotta get his leash. Sorry I didn't hear her come in. Cocoa Bean. Oh, we didn't do your bow tie. Miss Suzanne's just not with it. No, she's not. No, she's not. Good boy. Come here. Gotta get dressed. Oh. Hi. There's Cocoa Bean.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
I'm so happy you're back. How you too?
This was from Joey last night. All right, come on. Oh, is he my good boy? Up we go.
okay. It's okay. Really? You know I have to trim your tail. Right? You know I have to do it. Come on. You're a good boy. Let me trim your tail. Stay. Come back here. Good boy. Yeah. He's a good boy. He's a good boy, yes he is. Louis the Coton de Tulier is next. After this one. I have to do your tail, bud. Good. Very good boy. You and your tippy taps. You and your tippy taps down there. Yeah, hello. He's my good boy. All right, let's get you finished. Yep, gotta get you finished. Oh, we didn't do your nails. I'm a bad, bad groomer. Yes, I am. Come here. Good boy. Yes, he's a good boy. Yes, yes. Good boy. Good boy. I got you. Good boy. Turn, turn. No, this way. this away. Stay. Good boy. One more. Just one more. Yeah. Can you come over here? Good boy. Thank you. Trying to think about how old Kelson is. He's got to be, let's see. I'm thinking he's 9. I'm not sure. He's about the same age as Ammo or a little older. Ammo is my dog. You were just a baby, Kelson. Just thinking about how long I've known this client. I've known them since before their daughters were born. And now one's in veterinary school. I remember when she first got pregnant. I remember the kids sitting up on top of the counter while she was checking out. It's like 2-year-olds. Time sure flies. All right. You're all over the place, my man. Yes, you are. Right. That's a good boy. Where are you going? Don't you know I have other dogs to do? Come on. Can you sit here and get finished, please? Can you sit here and get finished, please? Yeah? Yes, you're a good boy. I know. You're good, baby. That look he gave me. Stay. If I let go of you, you're going to fall over. Wait. What do you want? You want me to ask you to come back? Okay, come on. Good boy. Is this a new game? Is this a new game we're playing here? I'm probably making all them people laugh at me. Yeah. Bet you are. That's a good boy. So I want you to stay right there. Okay. Good boy. Good boy. Stay. Stay. I know you've been getting bad about this lately. Yes, you have. Go back over here. Come on. Over here. Thank you. Good boy. Yeah. Good boy. Yeah. Ready for a bandana? Oh, no. Come on. All right. You stay there. No barking. No, no barking. He was getting wound up. Wow.
he listened. That is so unusual. Yep. Hi. How are you? Good. I'll be right with you. Just need to let this client know her dog is ready. All right. It'll be 110. He's here for your girls. Be right with you. Oh, that was him leaving, I guess. This.
It was like all over. It's a little finish line.
This is the quietest this dog has ever been when I didn't have my hands on him
Oh, nice.
in his entire life.
What a good job you're doing.
And all I said was no barking. Is that all it took all these years?
The little wheeze when you said it got me.
Is that all it took, Kelson? I didn't know. Here, Bubba. Come here. Gotta get it on. There you go. That's too big. I thought you were bigger than that.
Hey, Bubba's. You're in such a good mood today. Yes, you are. Wiggling tail. No barking. I'm so impressed.
Yeah, just wash and towel dry them, and then hopefully Peaches will be here soon. And when Peaches comes, just wash and towel dry her. I guess with Peaches, you can wash and just work on drying her, but don't worry about dematting her. You're still not barking. Wow. I've learned the magic word. No bark. I do require chatters to subscribe because it helps to keep the bots out. And the bots can be really annoying in a live chat. It is true. Cat's washing Louie for me, and I'll finish him in just a minute. Here's Peaches. I'll be right back. Alright, this is Peaches. I'm going to knock off the tops of her mats while Cat's washing Louie. So, she, like the one we did the other day, is really, really matted tail, legs. So, I'm going to knock off the top of it, scissor over comb, and then Cat's going to wash and blow her out, and then I'll finish her up. Basically, I'm going to match her legs to her body. No barking, Kelson. Turn. Turn, 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 turn. Thank you. So they'd made the mistake of giving her a quick bath before her grooming appointment a few days ago. And there's no such thing as a quick bath, is there? Because you can start off with a non-matted dog, and one bath can make them this matted. So you can't just wash and towel dry a dog like this. It's a huge no-no. It's better not to wash them at all. Let them be dirty. Good girl, turn. Kelson's mom's here. This is good enough, I think. All right, come on, Peach. That's a good girl.
Lola is our dog of the day. Lola is a silver toy poodle. While Lola totally enjoys her day at the spa, getting a blueberry facial and her teeth brushed with vanilla mint toothpaste, she will tell you that her main reason for loving it here is her playtime. We start the game by hiding a toy for her to find. Once she's found the toy, she will try to hide it again. This means that for the game to continue, I have to also find the ball where she hid it. Now it's time for fetch. Again, and again, and again, and again. And then it's time to bounce. At pickup time, I tell her mom I think she should be tired out, to which her mom says, yeah, right. I think that Lola needs a ball throwing machine for Christmas. What do you think?
Hey guys, welcome to my salon. This is our bow making station, and I'm going to show you how to make the cute little pom-pom collars really quick, really simple. I use 5/8 inch stretch elastic for the collar, a glue gun, and the little soft fluffy pom-poms. So this one I'm going to make red, white, and blue. A little bit of patriotic theme here. I cut my stretch elastic to 14 inches, so this will fit, say, a heavy set Shih Tzu or any dog with like a 14-inch neck, a Bichon. Put a dot of glue under each pom-pom. So I leave about a 1/2 inch piece at the end. Gonna bring it under, glue it on the back side. There we go. This makes a nice stretchy collar, stretches right over the dog's head and looks really adorable on them. Take him. Come on, big man. On the cockapoo, just brush out the unmatted parts when you dry her, but the mats you don't have to work out at all. All right. Louie, Louie, Louie. Hello, Louie. Silly boy. Hold on. I love you, Louie. What are you doing?
Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Yeah. I know you're mad at me. Come here. Good boy. Oops. Good boy. Good boy. Do your tummy. Yeah, we're gonna wait on your tummy. Hold on. Let's do this first. See if this one takes off any length. Turn. Thank you. Good boy. Alright, turn. Good boy. Where are you going? You're not leaving. No, you're not leaving. You gotta stay right here. Up, up, up. Good boy. I don't want this blade. Let's go with this one. Up, up, up. Turn. Good boy. Yes, he's a good boy. You good? Hmm? And turn. boy. Stay right there. It's okay, Papa. His breeder had babies, and she showed me a picture of them, and I'm like, oh, his mom was tempted. Yeah, she was. She was tempted. dog today, and that's Peaches. We'll get her finished. Cat's got her washed and dried, and nails are being done right now. We still have to dematter. Haven't done that yet. I told Cat just to leave the mats in place and I'll get them. Yeah, that's what we told her. Stand. Stay. Turn. think Peaches wants out. She's being a wee bit demanding. Alright, let's go make you a bandana. Text your mom. No barking. I don't want to hear it. Be good, Louie. Behave. You must have been watching. I was just about to text you.
My car clock still has it ahead, so I was all messed up with my timing. It's so difficult to turn it back, so I have to get my husband in there to.
I hear you.
Too digital. I don't know how to do it.
All right, it's ready for you.
Okay. He looked like he behaved today. Or at
He
least
was
when I
such a
watching.
good boy today. Weren't you, Louie? Yes, you were such a good boy today. We'll be back in a minute, guys. It didn't? I'll be right there.
This is how to help that crown area lie down. Using a 46 tooth blending shear, start skimming and blending the longer hair into the clipped areas until you have a dome-shaped head with a soft expression.
Using the same technique, blend the stripped coat into the clipped area on the neck. The goal is a natural transition. To do her top knot, we're going to mist the top knot with anti-static spray. Comb it out. And using our rat tail comb, we are going to go about 1/2 inch back, create a nice straight line. Mist a little bit of coat conditioner on there to help hold the hair back out of our way. And put our first band in. Use our comb to check to make sure that no skin was caught in there. Make our next line right about the front of the ears. Repeat the whole process. Push this down, comb this up. We're going to put our second band right on top of the first band, about 1/2 inch up. Like so. Now we're going to put our bow on. Very pretty. And then we're going to bring all the hair from behind the bow. Separate the hair from the ears. Make sure we don't catch any of the ear hair in this. Comb it out. And comb the section before. Comb it all together. Then put a band right on top of the bow. This holds all the hair nicely and keeps the ponytail back out of the eyes. Have a good night.
See you tomorrow. All right, I'll be back in just a moment with Peaches.
Next up are the tasseled ears. I will demonstrate on both a Bedlington Terrier and a Poodle because I do each one a little differently. For the Bedlington, the point of the tassel is 1 inch above the bottom of the ear leather. I usually scissor the bottom of the tassel even with the overall length of the head. I use a 40 blade on the majority of the Bedlington's ears, with the exception of the area where the ear meets the head, especially on the back side of the ear where the ear is a bit rounded, as this can be extra sensitive to the closeness of the blade. Here I use a 15 blade. I clip down the ear, angling around the point of the tassel to create sharp, clean lines. As I clip the upper ear, I am rounding the ear over my fingers to be able to clip this area closely with the 40 blade. I work center out, continuing until the ear looks very crisply clipped. A lot of attention is paid to the close clipper work on the Bedlington Terrier to create the proper breed profile trim. The tasseled ears on a Poodle are done very similarly. I do, however, carve the point of the tassel with the 40 blade regardless of the blade used to clip the rest of the ear. I leave a bigger tassel on a Poodle with the point being at least 1.5 inches up from the tip of the ear leather. I make sure to use the same precautions in the hazardous areas as discussed earlier and tidy the edges with my scissors. This gives me a fuller tassel with a look befitting the Poodle. This is the true Poodle puppy trim. It has a tied up top knot, a lot of neck hair. Angulation in the rear is scissored in. The hocks are scissored up straight. Here's this same dog in the show ring the following day. She finished her championship that weekend. She is absolutely beautiful. This is my dog Ammo at 15 weeks old. Poodles start getting their hair cut when they're 6 weeks old typically. They start getting hand scissored at 8 weeks old. This is my dog Ammo getting his hair scissored in a poodle puppy cut. This is an older poodle puppy cut. And here you can see me with Ammo in the show ring. The judges compare the dogs against the standard of the breed. they watch them move down and back and around to make sure they're structurally sound. And your haircut is very important because you want to show off the dog's attributes. You don't want hair hiding how he's moving. This is the puppy lion trim. It is a European style. The rear legs are done a bit more of the American style. You can see the European style has a bit more flare on the back legs. This is the English saddle trim. This is one of the approved haircuts in the US for the poodle. Poodles were shown in this style much more back in the 60s and early 70s than they are today. It's my favorite show trim for the poodle, however. This is my poodle BB in the English saddle trim. Just think it's so adorable. The continental trim is the most popular hairstyle for poodles to be shown in the United States. It's one of the original working trims of the poodle. Poodles were retrievers, they were used for hunting, and they worked quite effectively. You can see here that BB is perfectly able to hunt in this trim. They were bred as retrievers, so she's retrieving this bear to her bed. The historically correct continental is actually the best field trim for the poodle.
It looks like most of her mats have come out with the scissor over comb method. Those that are left, we're going to continue to whittle down. Oh, thank you, honey. Do give me kisses. Thank you so much. Sometimes when you unlock the mat by cutting off the top of it, it comes right out, which looks like most of hers did. That's a good girl. Can you come back here, please? Thank you. Stay right there. So basically I'm scissoring this down without combing it out. Sweet girl, Peaches. Alright. Now we can brush. Brush, brush, brush. Good girl, turn. What is going on with your ears? Hmm? Good girl. Whenever I'm doing this type of dematting, I just shave out whatever I think won't show too bad. That's why when you look on the underside of your dog, you might see holes. Or even on this side, if they're too tight. Or if they're in a sensitive area. nicking them. Second pair of thinning shears I've ruined in 2 weeks. Well, they're not ruined. They just have to be sharpened. I'll be back. One drop of the shears costs me $30 or so and takes life off the shear if they get a nick in them. Turn. Because for a good shear sharpener, it runs about $35 a pair to sharpen. Good girl. You're all right, baby. So anytime you give your dog with this kind of hair a bath, they have to be brushed like this, just like this, from one end to the other, the same day as the bath. And if you hear that Reiki sound, that means you're running into tangles. And to check, you need your comb, and you got to slide your comb to the skin and out over the whole dog. Sometimes you'll see me drag it through like this, but that's when I know it's already done. And when I say to the skin and out, you use like a scooping action. So you take your comb in, scoop on the skin, pull out. In, scoop, pull. In, scoop, pull. And you keep doing that. You'll see me go over the dog like this because I'm checking. And if it hits a knot, like say like this, you don't pull it. You slide it back out, remove it, pick, pick, pick with the brush, check again. If it still snags, pull it out, remove it, pick, pick, pick. You never tug on the dog with the comb. The comb is a checking tool primarily, and then we use it for scissoring. But it's not a dematting tool. The only time you see me use it as a dematting tool is if I take the end prong and hold the comb like this and pick, pick, pick like this. And a lot of times that's not on an ear, but it's more in a mustache because it's easier to get the comb in there sometimes and pick it out. But if you wash the dog, it has to be done. And if you don't have time to do that, then don't wash the dog. Because there's no such thing as a quick bath. And that's probably the
hardest lesson for most people learning to maintain these coats. And especially like if it's a day or two before the bath and the dog got all stinky and you're like, they're going to the groomer. Let me just give them a quick bath. It'll be fine because the groomer's going to thoroughly do them tomorrow or the next day. Or I don't want them to go to the groomer dirty. So I've had so many clients that have an unmatted dog when they give it a bath. And the next day or 2 days later, they have a very matted dog. And they'll tell me, I just washed this dog 2 days ago. I know this dog didn't have any mats because I washed her. I looked at her. I saw it. And I'm like, the bath is what caused the mats. You know what I'm saying? So here it's stuck. Pull it back out. Pick, pick, pick. Check it again. It's stuck further down. I got that one out, but I got another one here. Pick, pick, pick. Check it again. Stuck a little further down. Pick, pick, pick. Check it again. Stuck further down. Pick, pick, pick. And this is what you have to do. This is what I mean about going from one end of the dog to the other. You know, I'm not just doing up here and, oh, she feels good. This is great. No, I'm getting in here. I'm getting down here. I'm getting under here. I'm getting the ears, getting under the ears, behind the ears, the cheeks. And once the comb goes through the entire dog, from one end to the other, you're good. Now, the idea of this is to prevent mats. So like you saw, I had to take off the top half of the hair on the legs to loosen up the mats she had, which made the dematting tolerable for her and it wasn't, you know, uncomfortable or anything. You know, that's a dematting technique, but this is a prevention of mats technique. Looks like she's ready for a haircut now. We can comb through the doggy.
We can comb through the doggy. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. We have a happy doggy. Yeah. We have a happy doggy.
So because I took her legs short, I'm not taking very much off the body. That way she can have a nice look for the holidays. Because if I took this down like we normally do, with the legs already being shorter, she'd look way too short. So this will be a nice length and it'll be fairly easy to maintain. Look really cute. I'm going to take a little off it, but not a lot. Because I think this length looks really cute on her.
Right, Miss Peaches?
I'm going to do her about the same length I did Louie, which is a 3/4 inch comb, which actually leaves about an inch. It's longer than 3/4 of an inch when you clip it. So I actually find cockapoo coats easier to keep than doodle coats. Like we were talking about cavapoos and cockapoos and doodles. The reason why I find a cockapoo coat easier than a doodle is the doodles are crossed with a dog that sheds over its entire body. Whereas the cockapoos are more of a, they don't really shed on the lower part of their body, like from here down, only through here. So it's actually an easier mix of a coat. And we do see them matted quite a bit, but that's from lack of proper bathing and brushing techniques. Not so much as coat type. But the doodles coat types, they're a lot different many times, depending on the mix of the doodles. So you have your doodles that are half, say, golden retriever and half poodle, right? And then you have your doodles that are 2/3 or actually 3/4 poodle and 1/4 golden. And then you have the next generation down where, you know, it's like 1/8 doodle and 7/8 poodle. And the more poodle you get in them, the easier the coat type is, because you get more and more and more poodle. And by the time you get to that stage, you might as well have just gotten a standard poodle, because it's the same thing. Basically. It's not much difference at all. And these days, poodles, like standard poodles, are cheaper than doodles. So just go get a standard poodle. You'll have an easier coat. A really smart dog, and you can trim it like a doodle. But they call them like F1s, F2s, F1Bs, you know, and the different amounts of poodle in the doodle. I like cockapoos. They can be really sensitive dogs, really sweet dogs, really loyal dogs. They get their sensitivity from the cocker. They're very cute. And they usually have a very pretty face and gorgeous ears. Cockapoos are known for their beautiful ears. And they get kind of that shorter cocker face. Whereas the doodles tend to have like a longer face. These guys have like a really cute little short face. And then the Cavapoos have those big cavalier eyes and really easy coats. And I think that's because even though the Cavalier sheds quite a bit, it's a different kind of hair than, say, the Cockers. And then they don't shed as much on the lower body, just like the Cocker doesn't. But like if you get a Golden Retriever or a Lab, they shed everywhere. They have like the Goldens have like an underlayer of coat that, even though they grow the long hair on the bottoms like that, they still have like a whole underlayer that sheds out, and you have to take care of that. So basically, depending on how much time you have, if you're looking at mixed breeds as opposed to purebreds, you got to really think about and understand the mix that you're getting. While looks plays a lot into it, you got to really think about, you know, what the dog is, what its bred for, or what the parents of the breeds that went into it were bred for, because that's going to really determine a lot about how the dog acts. Like back when I first got my first Kerry Blue Terrier, I knew I wanted a terrier, but I already had other dogs. And terriers can tend to be dog aggressive outside of their own breed. So even within their own breed, but especially outside of their own breed. And yes, dogs do know the difference. So I started looking at the different types of terriers, and I whittled it down to, I was considering a Scottie, but they can be quite dog aggressive. And so I started looking at the Lakeland Terrier, because the Lakeland Terrier was a type of terrier that ran with the hounds and stayed kenneled with the hounds back in the day when they used to hunt. So like a wire fox terrier was never kept with the hounds, and the hounds would run the fox or whatever, and then the terriers would go in the hole and get the fox. So, or, you know, so to speak. So the Welsh Terriers lived with the hounds, so they were a milder temperament of a terrier. And then the Kerry Blue Terrier was an all-purpose farm dog. They were not like a strictly go-to-ground type of terrier. They did all kinds of jobs. They could herd, they could guard the farm, they could, you know, do all the jobs that needed to be done on the farm, including ridding vermin. So, you know, I ended up going with the Kerry Blue because I like the coat. It's like a poodle coat. I like the size because it was medium size. I like the fact that it could get along with the other dogs, which it did. Now, most Kerry breeders would say no, but I found the opposite to be true. They do get along really good. So I put a lot of thought and a lot of study into deciding which one I wanted. And I would do the same with the mix. Like if I were to get a doodle, I would get one that's like at least 3/4 poodle, because I would want the easier coat. And there are certain breeds of dogs I would never own. I just wouldn't. Not going to say what they are, but there's certain types that I have no interest in having in my house. Doesn't mean I don't love all dogs, I do, but to choose to live with me, there's a few breeds my husband said absolutely not. I'm not going to say which ones those are either.
He's like, you're not bringing one of those home. Of the dogs that I've had toy poodles, miniature poodles, Cocker Spaniel, Springer Spaniel, Standard Schnauzer, Rottweilers, 2 Standard Schnauzers, 2 Kerry Blues, a Border Collie, Australian Shepherd kind of mix. What else? I know I'm missing somebody. Give me a minute, I'll think of it. A Yorkie. Can't forget Gidget. Two miniature horses. A spotted saddle horse. Tennessee Walker. An Andalusian type horse. Had a couple of Shetland ponies when I was a kid. A saltwater fish tank, a couple cats, Persian and domestic short hair. What else? So I've had a variety. When I was about 17, I got 2 wire fox terriers. Let's see, what else? Lots of pets. Chickens. Had a pygmy goat when I was a kid. But most of the others were my adult pets. Did I say the miniature horses? Had miniature horses. You look very pretty, Peaches. Her mats came right out, no big deal. They weren't near as bad as I thought they were once we got them loosened up. So that's awesome. Her people have been doing a fantastic job with her. It was just a bath that got her matted up. But they've really, really, really been doing good with her. She's grown up to be quite the nice dog. Haven't you, baby? All right, well, we're just about done. Yeah, our mixed breed dog lady, when we found her, I had a grooming shop right off a pretty busy throughway, and I could see out the front windows of my salon,
I saw this red and white dog who was really pretty. And she was right in the middle of the road. And I ran out there and tried to catch her. And right as I was trying to catch her, a semi came. And she was right out in the road. And they blew their horn. And she took off. And she disappeared. I'm like, crap. So about an hour later, I see her back out in the road again. And I'm like, you dumb dog, what is wrong with you? So it was the coldest day of the year too. It was freezing outside. And I ran back out there, and that time I was able to get her. Brought her inside and put an ad in the newspaper, because that's back when you still did that. So I called the Times and put the found ad in, and that was on a Friday, and I took her home, and my youngest daughter was 2 years old, just turned 2, or just turning 2 that weekend. So I put the dog behind a gate because she's a stray, and she was about 40 pounds. And next thing I know, the dog is like she's down on the ground, and there's like a gap in the gate, and she's beckoning the baby to come to her. And the baby comes to her and reaches through the gate, and they're hugging. And I'm like, great, they're getting attached. And then I'm like, as the weekend went on, I'm like, I hope I don't find her owners. And so then I get to work on Monday, because I left the shop phone, and I get to work on Monday. And there's a message from her foster person, because she was in foster. And there was a message from the worker at the Humane Society responding to the ad that they know where she belongs. I'm like, all right. So I give her back. And the guy who fostered her, he was like, he didn't seem all that interested, but he wanted her back. And so I knew where she came from now. It was like right behind my shop, there was like this wooden fence, and it had some boards missing out of it, and that's how she got out. And the next day he calls me. I told him, if you ever don't want her, let me know. I'll take her. And so the next day I found her back out in the street again. I went back and looked at the fence. He didn't even try to fix it. And so he called and said, have you seen her? And I said, yeah, I have her. He says, you can keep her. So I'm like, thank you. And then she started coughing. And it wasn't like a kennel cough kind of cough. It was a cough I recognized as heartworms. So I took her to the vet. Sure enough, she had heartworms. And so I didn't come back home with the dog, and my husband's like, where is she? How much? Because I had already suspected. And back then it was like $500 for the heartworm treatment. And so got her the treatment. And then we had her till she was like 13, 14 years old. So she stayed with us a long time. Her name was Lady. My daughter named her because she had just watched Lady and the Tramp at 2 years old, so she named her Lady. And that wasn't the first time that she had been rescued. It was the third. So the girl at the Humane Society had actually saved her 3 times. And the first time she was like a 6-week-old puppy or younger, and she had sarcoptic mange. And back then, the Humane Society where we are was a kill shelter. And so they were going to put her down, like immediately. They didn't want to treat her, you know, as a 6-week-old puppy. They didn't want to go through for the whole litter, the treatment. So they were going to put her down. And Mary Jane, the girl that worked at the Humane Society, she's like, you can't put her down. she's like, I'll take her home and I'll tend to her. So she did. And then she got adopted out and ended up back at the Humane Society again, and Mary Jane saved her again. And then it happened a third time when I ended up with her. Tog was just doing her best to try not to stay in this world. She was an escape artist, but we didn't have any problems. Right after we got her, we moved on to like a farm type of property. Had acreage and she could run, and she was a funny dog. We have some really good memories with her and our Kerry Blue Hank. They were like best buds. When Hank passed away, he was a little older than her. She was one of those dogs that had like a smile, like her lips turned up. After he passed away, her lips just drooped. And she walked around with the saddest face. And we were just going to let her be an only dog at that point, because we'd had a lot of dogs over the years. And we're like, let's just have one. And so that didn't last too long. And we ended up, we always said we got our puppy a puppy, or our dog a pet. Because we got another Kerry Blue from the same breeder. And when I walked in the house with her, my husband's like, don't put her on the floor with Lady, because she was 8 weeks old. And like I said, Lady was about 40 pounds. And I didn't listen to him. I'm like, whatever it is, it is. I just put the puppy on the floor, let them work it out. And that dog was like, we bought her the biggest gift you'd ever seen. She was so happy. Like her smile came back and she was tickled with that puppy. It was so sweet. And the puppy was obnoxious. Like, she kept biting her tail really bad and hanging on to her, and like just totally obnoxious. And just dragging this dog's tail, because Lady had a beautiful tail and she was just constantly at the tail. And when Hannah was about 2 years old, she quit biting Lady's tail finally. And then Lady's like, what? Here, take my tail. Take it. And Hannah's like, I don't want your tail. And Lady's like, here, take the tail. It's so funny. And then Hannah was a show dog, and she would go off for the weekends. And that didn't last real long, because Hannah finished her championship really fast. And then she won 6 back-to-back groups, which is huge. Like, as soon as she finished her championship, she was just group wins, which is just really huge. So it clearly indicated she could end up a best in show winner. And that was something I wanted really bad. But she only left for the weekends, so she'd go to her handler like on Thursday and come home on Monday. And so, because, it was only an hour and a half away from us, so she didn't have to stay gone. But poor Lady would lay and pine at the door the whole weekend. She was so upset that Hannah was gone for the weekend. And we're like, we can't show her anymore. She's going to have to stay home. So we ended up retiring Hannah and spaying her instead of letting her find her full potential, which was kind of sad for me, because you don't really get like a dog that can do that but once in a lifetime. It's very rare to find a dog that can do those kind of wins. It broke my heart, but I did it for Lady. It's like, fine. Anyway, so there's Miss Peaches. I guess that's it. I'm going to go ahead and log off. Yes, I'm going to log off. I'll see you tomorrow. Let's see what I've got going on tomorrow. Tomorrow. I'll be starting with Ben at 8 o'clock, the Shih Tzu. If everybody shows up, this is not set in stone. Then I have Rosita, the Coton de Tulier. Shayna, a wire-haired kind of rescue mixed breed. Gigi, the toy poodle. And Monet, the standard poodle. That's what I have on my schedule tomorrow. So, anyway, guess we're gonna log off. Sorry. Didn't mean to do that. I meant to mute it. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Be sure to like this video, subscribe to my channel. Don't forget to hit the notification bell so that you don't miss my next upload, which will be tomorrow, hopefully, if nothing happens. And I will see you then. Bye.